Hey everybody, go back. That's interesting. The screen's frozen. Not frozen here.
Rend, slaughter,
That's better.
devour your enemies. There is no other
I'm
way
gonna
to
freeze when I go
survive.
back into
You
the thing,
cannot
isn't it?
escape your hunger.
Alright,
Warriors of purgatory.
guess I'm playing it in the preview. It's weird seeing Sarah without the mark on her face. Shin Megami Tensei, Digital Devil Saga 1. So I was looking at the archive earlier today, and we beat this game over 2 years ago. Been over 2 years since we've done this. Yeah, how you doing, Flame? So, what we're doing is New Game Plus. We're going to take that file we made and start the new game. Plus. Love how clean this looks. So, fun facts I've learned through messing around with emulation over the last year or so, specifically PS2 emulation. This opening, and presumably by extension like all the cutscenes, are actually in-engine, they're not FMVs. Yeah. You'll be able to tell because we're doing this on PCSX2 right now, so you'll be able to tell because of just how clean these cutscenes will look. FMVs scale horribly. Because they're just pre-rendered video files, so they look how they look, and upscaling them just makes the compression and artifacting more obvious.
I've never seen anything of that nature.
How you doing, Flame?
Harley is present.
Excellent, good work, Flame. You'll probably be proud to hear that because this is New Game Plus, we are going to be taking on Dennyfield.
Remember that.
I did see that before you ended. Fucking Ichabooker of tunnels. Yeah, teleport mazes are a pain in the ass, although Ikebukuro tunnels with its darkness, the damage tiles, and the ogre bosses aren't fun.
Warning to the vanguards. Remove the unidentified object at coordinates 2314-5873. Failure to comply will be deemed an act of war.
Warning to the Embryon. Remove the unidentified object at coordinates 2314-5873. Failure to comply will be deemed an act of war.
That's an interesting response. I just had items for it. But it's frustrating that you have to reapply them every new Kagetsuchi. So I've been seeing a few things recently that suggest that this is the best middle ground for a Persona fan looking to get into more mainline Shin Megami Tensei. It's interesting, Chance suggested the same thing, and I disagree with it. Devil Saga's soundtrack just entirely is fantastic.
What happened? Where are the vanguards?
My chest is on fire.
Leader!
It's weird to hear Cielo sound so sedate. Well, it's not that it's similar, that it's a middle ground. If someone who likes Persona wants to get into more mainline SMT, they should go with this first. I don't really agree with that. Partly because if you want to play this game, you've got to be really into the idea of dungeon crawlers, I think. It's very light on story for a long time.
Any thoughts? Strange. I feel like I've met this girl before. I want to know more about her. I'm sure you feel the same, Surf.
Personally, I feel like Devil Survivor is probably a better middle ground. People coming off Persona will be used to the more used to the character dynamics, interaction, the focus on story. And while mainline SMT doesn't have a lot of that, neither does Digital Devil Saga. Digital Devil Saga has like an extended opening like this. But once we're done with the Vanguard section,
Neat.
we're looking
How
at
is
like
she?
15 hours of solid
sleeping.
dungeon crawling before the story starts to pick up again.
She did not have a tag ring. Who could she be?
The woman is not our concern. The ramifications of the battle are unclear. What are these markings?
So one thing that you can notice with the benefit of hindsight, Surf has already awakened to his
Our priority is
emotions,
to clarify the situation.
and you can tell by his eyes.
I will go to the vanguards.
To the Vanguard's territory?
I will. They may have an answer for us. Surf and I will go. And one more. The rest will stay and guard the base.
It's harder to tell with Surf because his hair is already grey, so his eyes don't change colour when he gains his emotions, but his pupils being visible is the key. Yeah, Digital Devil Saga is the first fully voiced SMT, although it's not the first SMT with voices. So yeah, the game starts out and we've got this, and then we go into the Vanguard base to investigate if they know what's happened. The game opens with a reasonable enough premise, and then something changes, and the question is, what caused that change? So we go to the Vanguard base to try and figure it out. We don't learn anything. Then we go to the Karma Temple and we're told, and then like a lot of the game, for a while, like I say, for like maybe 15 hours, is focusing on the war rather than what has happened to us and how we can deal with it. Which equates to like just a lot of dungeon crawling. And it's good dungeon crawling, I just don't think it's the kind of thing that's going to draw in somebody coming from Persona. As soon as you do that hard mode, no demon run of Nocturne Flame. Being does become a force to reckon with, but you're looking at like 40 hours. 40 hours in when Demi-Fiend is capable of standing on his own. Even then, my enemies will still kill you. Yeah, this is going to be like a very complete-ish playthrough. I'm going to be aiming to tackle the Demi-Fiend. No guarantee that we'll win, but like we'll be throwing ourselves at the fight. Oh, the Delphian fight has specific scripts in for that. One of his demons has Diaharon, and it will only cast it once. It doesn't matter right now, we don't get that until later. No, I don't know. Well, since Nocturne HD came out, there's been a lot of hope that this will be the next game to get a HD remaster. Yeah, Gaia Rage, which is not that broken in Nocturne. It's also not almighty in Nocturne. It is, but there's still better options for it. The HP cost versus how much damage it'll do, there's other options you can get that are better. So the good news with doing this on New Game Plus is we'll be able to avoid most grinding. Yeah. Yeah, we'll be able to avoid most grinding, though there's going to be a lot of grinding later on off screen to max out our levels. And our stats. Now let's get this on the map. The art design in this game is so clean. Love it. Yeah, I wouldn't do a Marla off stream. I did a Marla on stream. That's an interesting thought there, that black hair is just not something that occurs in Junkyard. Honestly, for as frustrating as the Amala network can be sometimes, the Amala Labyrinth can be, I think like some of the actual required dungeons are a little worse. Dungeons in this game don't get particularly bad until you get to the castle. I don't think the Riders are too bad. Pale Rider's the worst, but you'd expect that. Oh, what is it? Matador. Soju. Hellbiker. 4 Riders. No, see, I'm thinking Mother Harlot, Trumpeter. There's Dante, that's 10. I'm sure there's 11. I'm missing one. So here's a fun thing that you don't see too often on this stream. All of the sub-badges are actually digital Devil Saga marks. Yeah, let's do this. You don't see it too often on the stream because we don't have a huge number of subscribers, and the ones that are more common subscribers are the founders, so they get the first badge.
Something is wrong. There are no guards.
That works. Let us go.
What is Fear Heat? So it's kind of a slow build, but like this beginning does suggest. Mecha-chrono and Beelzebub aren't fiends. I guess Dante replaces David then in the fiend lineup. Like, it's a slow build, but like lines here that yeah, but you don't get a candelabra off them. The lines that you get here that suggest a few things, like nobody in the junkyard has emotions, or at least not before the light, and they're awakening to emotions, and it's having mixed effects for everybody. And it's a slow burn. It starts off and it's a slow burn, and you don't really start to realise the significance of it until later on. I think it's pretty neat. Heat doesn't give a fuck yet. As time goes by, Heat will become one of the more emotional members. Like, it's interesting because it's not something that's beating over your head, which is why it can take you a while to realise. It's not that Surf is trying to be a badass, being like, yeah, no, I don't know what fear is. It's that nobody in the junkyard experiences emotions. And it's only slowly stated because why would it be stated otherwise? Like, Digital Devil Saga's storytelling is underrated. Argilla. It's not so much that she's overwhelmed by her emotions, it's that her primary emotion seems to be compassion. which leads her to becoming one of the more vocal members, particularly because of her compassion for other characters, means that she doesn't want to eat things, which becomes a problem. It's weird going back to a game like this and like seeing the movement animation, and it looks so slow. Yeah, to an extent, everybody's kind of overwhelmed by their emotions. Heat's definitely overwhelmed by his emotion. His primary emotion being anger. And he spends a lot of time letting him get the best of him. Yeah, it's because like the movement there will just move like regardless of like actual momentum. It's the same kind of movement as a Nocturne. I think there might be a little more analog control. Nocturne is just 8-way. Like it's a D-pad mapped to an analog stick, even in the HD version. This feels a little smoother, so it doesn't feel as jarring to jump back into. Nocturne, like whenever you go back into Nocturne for a new playthrough, you always have to get used to the movement again. This doesn't feel as bad. One thing I do wish they would have actually fixed the HD version, just because like movement in Nocturne feels so weird to get used to. Every time I start a new playthrough, I'm like, Let's see. Yeah, that might be part of it. Like, I've played PS1 games with the analog stick basically just replicating D-pad movement, and like, it doesn't feel as weird as Nocturne does. Awesome. I also bought Catherine, and I'm probably going to throw it on the schedule at some point. I have Catherine full body on PS4. Did I buy it on Switch? I might have bought it again on Switch.
No. Stay back. Don't eat me. Please.
You want to talk about somebody being overwhelmed by their emotions? Harley is one of the best examples.
Harley, what are you saying?
You murdered them and ate them all. You all turned into monsters. And then you devoured all of my men. That light, that weird light, shot right through us. And then everyone started freaking the hell out.
Don't!
Everyone started attacking each other. You ripped them apart with your bare hands. And then...
Stop! Be quiet!
God help me!
Shut up!
I haven't started it yet. I haven't booted it up, so I've not seen how it looks.
No. Not me. I didn't do that. I didn't eat those people. I couldn't have. It wasn't me.
That's weird. Yeah, going through Digital Devil Saga again on New Game Plus. Like, it's great to go through it with a lot of the ideas still in your head from having played it previously and having played Digital Devil Saga 2. Because you start to notice a lot of the foreshadowing for everything. And the press turn system returning from Nocturne. The best turn system. There you go. No. Alright. Yeah, they don't explain
What's happening to
the
us?
eye thing is. You have to figure that out for yourself. That's really neat. And it's just something that lingers.
I can't eat them.
Why do you hesitate? Circumstances are different now. If you refuse to eat, you will perish like them.
He is way too into it. Alright, and onwards. Yeah, but I can't think of anything else that uses it in the same way that Digital Devil Saga does. Starting off with the empty eyes. No, I don't have the valley yet. Ooh, frozen. Guaranteed crit. It's a good theme. Like, Digital Devil Saga just has a fantastic soundtrack. And it's something I hold up as like a testament to Megoro's talent. Like the absolutely absurd amount of variety between this, Nocturne, the Persona series, each one having their own distinct style, but all being like just fantastic. It doesn't have as many variations as Nocturne's does. Or just as many various battle themes. Because Nocturne has like the regular battle theme, battles in town, battles on the world map. Battles in the Amala network. Forced battles, boss battles, fiend battles. There's an absurd number of battle themes in Nocturne. My favourite variation of this, though, is Surprise Raid. The one that happens when you get ambushed. Absolutely love that version. You mean in Nocturne? Yeah, it's got like... what is it, like 16 different openings? Supposedly, Shoji Meguro was just allowed to do whatever he wanted with this game. And, like, letting him do that seems to have been a fantastic idea. The best result for this is to freeze him on the first turn. One thing that makes Digital Devil Saga probably easier to jump into than Nocturne is that it does give you something of a tutorial. It's not overstated, it's not overdone, it's not excessive. It just tells you how to work the battle system and what the point of it is. Which is knowledge you can then apply to Nocturne as well, which is nice. Of course, Digital Devil Saga doesn't have the regular SMT issue of main character died, game over. Which makes it more appealing to newcomers. Yeah, I hope Atlas does decide to remaster this now. Because it's a fantastic game and it absolutely deserves it. Letting more people have access to this is just the best idea. And hell, if Atlas bundles 1 and 2 together, they could actually justify the price to charge for Nocturne HD. Somewhat. A little bit, not entirely. Guns have their uses, same as just being in human form. But one thing that's really worth noting with human form is humans are completely immune to expel. Which is good to know. It's good. It's something absolutely worth remembering. Doesn't come up all that often, but it is worth remembering. Yeah, something we've been over before on the stream. Like, Nocturne HD had no reason to be as expensive as it was, especially given like the quality of it. Yeah, alright, thanks for joining us, Flame. I'm intending to go for a good while with this, so hopefully we'll still be on when you come back. Well. Finish it. There we go. God damn it. Yeah, Nocturne HD had no right being as expensive as it was for how lackluster of a remaster it actually was, especially at launch. They improved it, like, post-launch. But, like, when that game came out in Japan, it was not worth buying. Honestly, all of the DLC was pointless. Everybody was like, yeah, no, Dante being like a $10 separate DLC makes sense. They've got to pay the license fee for it. And it's like, okay, why is the game $50 though? Like, cool, they've added voice acting to the game, and it's an impressive amount of game. It's an impressive amount of voice acting. Almost every line is voiced in it, and it's an absurd amount of effort to put out for a remaster. And that was the only thing about it that was actually worth noting. Because the rest of it was kind of shit. It performed poorly, it didn't look great. There's like, you know, if you charge him $50, Dante should just be included. Interesting. I thought they'd just kind of stopped using those voice actors in more recent stuff. Which, honestly, has been kind of nice. Like, hearing new voice actors for roles has been kind of nice. As opposed to hearing, like, Troy Baker and everything, and Liam O'Brien's in another Atlas game, and Wendy Lee, and Amanda Winley, and, like, just that one set of voice actors Atlas was using for everything for a while. It's like Persona 5, like, for the most part, it's a completely new cast that I don't think has been in an Atlas game before, not a Persona one anyway. But then there's one notable recurrence of a voice actor that really stood out. And it's the reporter. The reporter social link you get. Who is voiced by the same person who voiced Yukiko in Persona 4. Doing the same voice. And I remember when I was playing it thinking, is it going to be a plot twist? Is it like the name she's using is actually a fake name and it's actually Yukiko? And that's going to be our Persona 4 connection? It was like, no, it's just the voice actress using the same voice. And it was like, well, that's disappointing. No, the main thing I hold up as, like, reasons why Nocturne HD should not have been as expensive as it was, regardless of anything else, is the quality of the remastered Square was putting out. Which is a weird thing to say these days, when Square just stopped putting out quality remasters. But like Final Fantasy X-10-2 HD was a fantastic remaster. They completely redid everything. They remastered all of it. New soundtrack, like rearranged the soundtrack, cleaned everything up. Put the international version out in the US. The US had never gotten it before. Last mission from Final Fantasy X-2, which I don't think was released outside Japan before that. And it's like, oh, how much was it? £30. £30 for like those two games together. Absolute peak quality. And there was Final Fantasy 12 Zodiac Age, which again, like, proper remaster. The International Zodiac Job System version, which we hadn't gotten before outside of Japan, but also rebalanced again. Rearranged soundtrack, although this time with the option to choose original soundtrack, rearranged soundtrack, or official soundtrack released version. Which is just like the original soundtrack but at a higher sample quality. It's great. How much was that at launch? 40? Oh, I can set mantras. Awesome. I'm gonna need to go back to a armor terminal at some point. But Square hasn't put out a good remaster in a while, though. Honestly, very lackluster. Alright, so doing that stops Harley from running in a circle. Now we can chase him to a dead end. Honestly, with Atlas, like, it's kind of surprising that the Persona 3 remaster, Persona 3 Portable, has been released at like $20. Although I did see something that said, like, Atlas executives really wanted it to launch at a higher price. Which doesn't surprise me. Although looking at that, it's not a quality remaster. The issue of whether or not it should have been P3P or P3 FES aside, or like it should have been a version of P3 FES that incorporated P3P, like, all of that aside, the actual quality of the remaster isn't great. But it's easier to stomach when the remaster is $20 and not $50. Alright, so let's go this way and chase after Harley. Take out the Impusa first. Alright. Almost mastered whatever that mantra is that I've got Surf doing. Those are endgame mantras. Carry over from endgame. Which is nice. I appreciate that New Game Plus does that. So it doesn't feel like any battles you fight at the start of this game before you get to set mantras are a waste. Yeah, so unless we change that wall, Harley will just run through here and it's just a circle over and over again. So you raise the wall, lower this one, and he runs through here and we go after him. Alright. Really, Heat? Okay, critical at least makes up for it somewhat. Yeah, we almost got him. Oh yeah, goodies. No one's ever used the chakra drops. Heal up. Almost there. I should check if I can change mantras at this small terminal. I don't remember if you can do it at small ones. If you can, though. No, you can't. Or can you? It's just that you can't do it yet. Oh, we'll find out.
Stay away.
Harley,
Harley,
dearest of all my
tell us
friends.
what's going on.
That is not important. Who exactly is the girl?
What girl? Please don't. I don't know anything. I'm telling you the truth.
I believe you.
Why don't you know? We were the only ones on the battlefield. Now who is the girl? Where did she come from? Answer me, Harley. Why the hell can't I get that girl out of my mind?
Please. I really don't know. I see now. There is one thing I finally understand. In this world, it's eat or be eaten!
Do this. Follow up. Ah, wish you got frozen on my first shot. You cheating dick. Yeah, crit him. Oh, that's not good. Okay, gear on Sir. Another Bufu. I got those red numbers. Oh boy, here it goes again. You already said that. Some of the demon designs in this game are super interesting. Like, the unique demon designs are really cool. Oh. Alright, revive Argilla. That was my own fault. I didn't want to use items in this fight. Level up. And then we ate Harley off screen.
Harley didn't know anything. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, it became apparent very quickly.
I feel so weak. Surf, we must get back to the base.
One thing I do like as an idea of this game, like, Argilla refuses to eat. And that doesn't eventually become a thing of, like, he ends up discovering a greater power by resisting the urge to eat. No, it will kill her. There's no way out of it. I like that as a concept. Just do or die. Far too often stuff like this will turn around and have like the idea, yeah, no, if you can resist long enough, the hunger goes away, and that will leave you stronger. Not in this. Yeah, it's stakes. That's kind of an interesting thing now. So really, all we really have to do, according to Junkyard Law, is kill the enemy leaders, and the enemy tribe has to join us. because we proved ourselves stronger. And it's a neat concept. Oh, let's head back to base. Right, so with the Vanguard's gone, that leaves 4 tribes to go.
Heat. That is Gale.
So, you're hungry, Gale? Wanna eat me?
Cries out to you, deliver us from the dark and give us hope. May you fill us with your undying love, Shanti, Shanti.
What in the hell was that?
A song.
That was a song?
Yes, a song.
Oh, Gale's okay.
Tell me, who are you?
My name is Sarah. I've come to help everyone.
You came to help us? From where?
I don't know. I can't remember. I just know that I'm here to help everyone.
You alright?
Your explanation is flawed. We know nothing about you. You say that you remember nothing. Why then would you help us? I do not comprehend.
I'm sorry.
The thing is, I've heard that song somewhere.
I have too.
Yeah, same here.
I have not. I do not comprehend.
I'm sorry.
But as long as she's here, we'll be safe from one another. We may even be able to return to normal.
You felt that hunger. You felt that power inside of you. All of us have changed, so deal with it.
Without this power, how do we stand up to everybody else that has
Be
this
this
power?
way forever.
Regardless, nothing has been resolved.
True.
The Karma Temple will identify.
This is a transmission from the Karma Temple. All tribe leaders are to report to the temple immediately.
For what purpose, dissemination machine?
Questions of this nature are not permitted. Report to the temple immediately.
Hmm. Her name is Sarah. Alright, guess we better go. And you have the same thing to say? Right. Alright, so we go at the Karma Temple and they should give us access to Mantra. And we can really get this game going. Interesting that with like all the variety of hair colours, in here you'd notice that there's a colour that you've never seen before. All the structure in the junkyard. Really is. That place is ridiculously tall. There it is. Reaches up to the heavens. One thing I do like about this is, as the game goes on and you learn more about the existence of the junkyard prior to the arrival of Sarah, you realise just how unnatural it all is. It's not like, oh yeah, this is a different world and so things work differently. It's like, no, things are just really unnatural. It's interesting. It's like the more you learn, the more you play, the more interesting it becomes. It's really easy to tell, like, the first time you come here, that this is going to be a place you come to again. For one, this save point is called Karma Temple 1. There's also these side paths you can check out. The mark on the map that the elevation is currently 0 feet, which is a weird thing to just say. So it looks like word of the defeat of the Vanguard is getting around and it's causing some waves. Makes you wonder how long everybody's been in a stalemate before the game started. I get the feeling the only reason the Embryons still existed is because they were too small for any of the other tribes to bother with. Part of the story of it is like the Embryon is by far the smallest tribe. It seems like they only have real conflicts with the Vanguard. That's an FMV. Presumably, like, the other tribes are just too busy fighting each other and it's not worth fighting trying to take out the Embryon because it'll waste resources for not a huge amount of gain. So, Janana, Mick, Baron, and Lupa.
Everyone is present. Why have we been summoned, Dissemination Machine?
No answer to your query is available. There are no pertinent issues to be addressed at this time.
I do not understand this. The temple summoned...
I summoned you.
As you gaze at the heavens.
Angel.
Listen closely, as there is not much time. Mark these words as the temple's new commandment. Soon, The laws of nature governing this world shall regress to a more primal state of being. The key lies in the Atma you have gained. Atma is the power of demons, signified by the brands upon your flesh. A demon gains power by feeding. Rend, slaughter, devour your enemies. There is no other way to survive. You cannot escape your hunger, warriors of purgatory.
What is a demon?
The essence of your new selves, your karma. You cannot yet understand. If you wish to learn the truth, slay those assembled here and ascend to Nirvana. All that you desire shall be granted in Nirvana. End the stalemate with your newly awakened powers and fulfill my commandment at once.
You speak words that we do not understand. Aside from our new power, nothing has changed.
Incorrect. There is one addendum. The black-haired girl. One tribe will conquer this purgatory and seize the black-haired girl. Nirvana shall open its gates to this tribe alone. You! Remember this. If you plunge on truth, Sarah, bring her into Nirvana, devouring everyone in your path.
Oh, that's interesting.
Critical system update. The temple acknowledges demon existence. System inquiry. Review this information, child of purgatory.
Contra. So again, like, going through this again with knowledge from DDS2, it makes all the foreshadowing so much more interesting. Like Varian gazing at Surf and immediately awakening to his emotions. And his reaction on hearing Angel's name. No, let's do it. So mantras make this game certainly more accessible than, say, Nocturne, because you can swap mantras in and out, swap skills that you've previously learned in and out. Mainline SMT games tend to just have you... Oh, gee. Tend to just have you learn... Learn your skills, and then if you replace them with something else, that's it, you're done. I can't give Heat anything. All of these are too pricey. It's called Wikipedia. What about Sir? Yeah, this is stuff that it should do before starting New Game Plus. At least buy them, and then you can set to work mastering them in New Game Plus. Do with the covering. Anyway, so let's start setting skills. Chakra Walk, absolutely worth just equipping. Iron Stomach, yeah. But we're probably not going to be devouring a whole lot at the minute. Human Form is interesting. It's a New Game Plus exclusive skill. Unless you just always start in Human Form. But actually, let me put Zeo on there instead. Chakra Walk again. Chakra Walk's just absolutely worth having. Yeah, let's restore. Yeah, at the minute we're just not going to pull in money fast enough to get any of the later mantras. Which is a shame, because it means all this early level experience and armor is mostly going to go to waste. So the idea of the backstory is 6 tribes constantly at war. The last tribe standing gets to ascend to Nirvana, which is supposed to be a paradise. And now they're saying the black-haired girl is required. Alright, back to base. Oh yeah, Solar Noise. I forget if Solar Noise ever actually did anything in the first game. It did in DDS too, I just don't think it did in the first game. Yes, this is going to be important. That's actually a good point to bring up. I mentioned earlier that in human form you're immune to expel. In human form you don't have any of your standard weaknesses. Surf is weak to fire, heat is weak to ice, Argilla is weak to force, and so on and so forth. In human form you don't have those weaknesses, but you also don't have access to any of your abilities, and you don't resist anything either.
If we want to know about Sarah, bring her to Nirvana. Is that all she had to say?
Angel. I do not know this name.
You truly remember nothing?
I'm very sorry. Atma, child of purgatory? Now what do we do?
Interesting that Child of Purgatory is a new term.
Nothing's changed. We'll crush the other tribes and reach Nirvana. By using this new power.
I have no objections. Our goal remains the same.
I am in Sarah's debt.
I just want to be normal.
What is normal, Argilla?
I'll do anything to find a cure for this curse.
It is decided. Allow me to propose a plan.
Yeah, this is what I mean when I say, like, you do the opening of the story and they do a little bit of explanation and diving and trying to figure out what is going on with everything. And then everything stops, and now we're going to deal with, like, just the background plot for 15 hours of trying to eliminate the other tribes.
That is to defeat the 5 other ruling tribes and present ourselves to the temple.
So you've got to be into the dungeon
The
crawling.
largest tribe, the Brutes, is presently struggling against the Wolves.
This FMV, like,
it is
just
unclear whether the Solids or Maribel pose the next
it
greatest
shows that the groups had different names in
As for
Japanese.
us, though we defeated the vanguards,
Like, every group
we're
except the
severely
Embryon had a
lacking in
different name,
manpower.
and they didn't like
Who
change them.
cares? We'll devour
Maribel,
them
Solid,
one by one.
Brutish, Hounds,
Easier said than
assignments.
done.
Instead of
What's your
Maribel,
plan?
Solids, Brutes, Wolves.
If we feign an
and
alliance
vanguards.
with one of the weaker tribes and defeat their rival, we can then crush them afterward.
You mean we're going to side with our enemy?
Until now, the tribes have relied solely on their own strength and resources. But an inflexible mind limits one's strategic options.
So our enemy's enemy is our friend? You've certainly changed.
You are the ones who have changed. Your emotions have clearly become unstable. I do not comprehend.
What about Sarah, then? I'm sure everyone's hot on her trail by now.
Cielo and I shall remain here. No one knows of her whereabouts.
Keeping her a secret's a good idea.
Hereafter, we should institute a policy of silence regarding Sarah's existence.
What is our leader's decision?
It doesn't seem right. But so be it.
First, we head to the Maribel's territory.
Maribel.
Their boss is skilled, but the individual members are weak. It is advantageous for them to accept us, and defeating them will not pose a problem.
Hmm. Just living in a junkyard's dangerous. Alright. Go see the Maribels. Yeah. And this is what I mean though, that you've got to be into the dungeon crawling. Because now what we're going to do is we're going to go through the Maribel territory, then we're going to go through the Solid territory, and then we're going to go through the Maribel territory again, and that's 10 hours, maybe. It's not a quick thing. That's why, I don't think this is a good stepping stone from Persona to mainline SMT. Particularly because Persona doesn't emphasize the dungeon crawling. For the most part, dungeon crawling in SMT isn't in Persona. Particularly Persona 3 and 4, and to a somewhat lesser extent 5. The dungeon crawling isn't great. It's kind of weak. I wonder what the discs are about.
I assume you all have the power.
Got the touch too.
How else could you have made it this far?
So then, you're the same as us.
Not just me. Nearly all of us have changed. Soon everyone in the junkyard will be this way.
Interesting
The
that it's not an
war will
immediate thing.
escalate. God has cursed us all.
What's cursed? Who is this god?
I do not know. The thought appeared in my mind.
Are you sad?
What is sad?
I'm not sure. You just seem that way.
Many of us have died due to this unexplained power. If my reaction is sad, then yes, I am sad.
If they ever get around to finishing translating the Quantum Devil Saga books, I'd be absolutely down to read them.
Explain your business. Interesting. But first of all, you must prove that you are worthy of fighting alongside the Maribel.
Wait, Janana!
The tribe is hungry. I'll be waiting for you, if you can survive.
So, Digital Devil Saga was not actually written by Atlas. For the most part, a lot of the games around this period were... The scenario design was done by Kazuma Kaneko. Okay. Digital Devil Saga is an exception. They had an outside writer do it. But the writer fell really ill partway through the project, so Atlas finished the writing themselves. After the writer recovered, she ended up taking all the ideas and the intent that she originally had and writing books for them. The Quantum Devil Saga series. I think 2 of them have been translated into English. There's 5. And there's some really interesting differences from how things work out in the games. It's just from what I'm aware of. Yeah, if they ever actually finish translating them, I'd be absolutely down to go through them. That's actually a fair point. The more tribes we defeat, the more healing we look at targets. Previously, it wasn't worth the bigger tribes focusing on us when they had other tribes to deal with, because we were the smallest. Beating us wouldn't be worth much. But as we grow, beating us becomes more of a prize, because we gain what we... Everything we defeat, we gain. Killed Harley, we've taken over the Vanguard's territory and their members, so now we're bigger. Let's do it. Hunt abilities are kind of neat. They carry a risk with them. In that devouring an enemy can lead to stomachache, which is the entire appeal of Iron Stomach. If you end a battle with stomachache, you gain 0 atma points. Like, you eat an enemy, and you gain extra atma points. Although only the character that devoured them gains the atma points for it, which means you lose atma points for others, other members. But if you end the battle with a stomachache, you gain 0 atma points. That's why it's generally a smart idea to not end a battle by devouring someone. It's possible that devouring will give you a stomachache and then you lose any atma points you would have gotten for it. Gaining the Iron Stomach ability removes the chance of stomachache, which makes it seriously useful for grinding atma, grinding mantras. Honestly, the mantra system in this game is really cool. It's a well-designed system that offers a lot of variety in the way you approach stuff. And the ability to swap abilities in and out adds to the versatility. It's possible to become, like, absolutely broken. You saw earlier when we were checking the higher level mantras, one of them has the null element ability, which essentially nulls all elemental magic. Which is absolutely broken in terms of what it's capable of. So let's take a quick step back to the Karma terminal. Double check the mantras, make sure that we don't have any that we can just put in there. Okay. On the back flame. You say that some do, and like enough do that it can be frustrating to remember. And nothing cheaper than 25,000. Yeah, I just don't even try. Like, I'll use it as a baseline thought of, like, first element to try a lot of the time. But I don't automatically assume stuff will work. Too often they'll change the weaknesses up. Alright, him again. I feel like we'll level up really quickly. It brings up an interesting point that the games never actually discuss.
Come on, your ass is mine.
Presumably for the sake of, like, it's just gameplay. Some characters get unique forms, like, for a lot of characters just have generic forms. It is brought up as a thing in Quantum Devil Saga books. There's two kinds of brand. Yeah, let's go. I like how this game fakes you out sometimes with that. Like, SMT, for like, the most part, is actually really good about warning you about boss fights upcoming. I like this game fakes you out with it, though. Not even just boss fights, though. Boss fights, difficult fights, mandatory fights. I don't know, I'd want my own unique thing. That's more interesting that way. Then we'll want to go up the stairs. How we doing? 11,000. Get him. So the Devour thing, like if an enemy's frightened, hunt skills will do extra damage, which is an interesting idea. At least it was an attack and not just throwing money away. I love these games with the Kaneko art style. It makes these older Shin Megami Tensei games feel more distinct as their own thing, as opposed to the newer ones which you are a lot closer to just standard anime. Right, get him. Not necessarily a big issue in like newer games. At least they still have their own idea. Little frustrating with Strange Journey Redux, which had the Kaneko design in its original release, and then Strange Journey Redux to replace it with a new art style that just looks awful. I feel like we're flying through these levels. Okay. Oh, that's the thing with Argilla's breasts, is you gotta be careful because they'll bite back. Hello. Right, and now my rebuttal. With some discourse from Argilla. Doesn't understand. The introduction of Atma does create an interesting consideration in that the stalemate has to end. Because sooner or later, hunger will drive everybody to... And you're either going to devour the other tribes, or devour each other. Sooner or later, though, either somebody will reach Nirvana or everybody will be dead. Take the stalemate. Oh no. Definitely something of an issue with late game mantra grinding. How expensive they are. You end up mastering the mantras way before you've got money to buy another one. Alright, so the middle guy is actually a different kind of demon who isn't weak to fire, if I remember rightly. Have to deal with that. I love random stat bonuses. My boo-boo. Alright, do it again. Hey. Steady progress. I need to get around to doing soul hackers. Gotta remember the backtrack. I say gotta remember, we're specifically gonna do backtracking. There is an interesting element. Because I think it only appears here. Like every now and then you get an SMT game that just has... How do you void fire if you're immune to it? Every now and then you just get an SMT game that has its own weird, unique element. With this, it's the Persona series weirdly just has wind, which replaces force. Like mainline SMT has force, but Persona just has wind for some reason, and it's been like that since the first one. But then Persona 1 also had nuclear, which then returned in Persona 5. That was interesting. Depending on what SMT games you've played, you might think Gun to be a weird one. It's kind of out of place. But there's more SMT games that use Gun than there is that don't. More often than not, Gun is used for the main character who can't use magic to be able to still do elemental attacks. Because for most mainline SMT games, the main character just can't use magic. True of SMT 1. I think 2. 3 was a weird outlier. But 3 had a bunch of new ideas, new conventions. Anyway. Like you didn't summon demons using a comp. Seriously. Yeah, this Strange Journey brought the demon summoning program back, though they didn't call the method of summoning a comp. It went through the Demonica. There we go. I like the Demonica as an addition to the series. I like that it showed up getting 4. Alright. No, Argilla has a higher magic stat, while the other two have higher strength stats. There we go. Nation does a lot of stuff that I like. I'm gonna leave it on this for a second. You know what? No, I'll take care of the battle. There's not a pause function in this game. You just go into the menu. And I'm pretty sure going into the menu still needs a timer running, which I'm not fond of. It's an idea in games. Alright, so leave it on this for a minute, and we'll be right back. Go anywhere. Alright, we're back. There I am. And I love PS2 era dungeon crawling. Don't know what it is about it. Thank you, Ninja. How you doing, Ninja? The PS2 GameCube era dungeon crawling, there's just something about it. Pretty good. I'm glad to hear it. Remember how into this game you were the first time we did it? And then you never saw the sequel. Honestly, after going through Digital Devil Saga 2, I think the first game is probably the better game. But that's not to detract from the quality of Digital Devil Saga 2. It's just that Digital Devil Saga is like peak JRPG. It's so good. Eat. To do with your leveling up. Getting those 6 skill slots. Like, the presentation, the story, the dungeon crawling, the battle system, the music, like, it's just so good. This is emulated. We're on PCSX2 right now. Really nice, don't it? Like, it's really nice how clean it is. Although the interface, on a whim earlier today, I decided to look up if there were any mods or anything for this, and I found that somebody had made an HD, what do you call it, a texture pack? HD texture pack, I guess. For like a lot of the interface. There we go. So like, look at how clean the portraits look there. I was like, you know what, that's good work. It's actually really good work. It's actually my first time using custom textures on an emulator. With how well this is going, maybe I'll see about doing that for other games. There is that HD texture pack Neril did for Majora's Mask. I do like Majora's Mask. But do I want to go through Majora's Mask a third time on stream? It's really nice, isn't it? I think it helps that Digital Devil Saga just has like a really clean art style that scales really well. Like, it's not quite cel-shaded. Like, it's got a particular art style that just scales really nicely into HD. It's very clean. Like, even the environmental texture work, it really works for it. The fuck is that? Yeah, it's nice to be able to get, like, clean PS2 visuals. One of my favourite things about emulating PS2 now. Because, like, you remember all the hurdles I jumped through to get, like, as clean as I could visuals out of an actual PS2. All I really want is just, like, a clean image. Well, birds are generally weak to guns. I don't know where I learned that. I don't think it was in this game. I will say birds being weak to electricity is something I generally got from Pokemon. And it's crazy how many RPGs that applies to. You know, I've played enough games where guns are an element. And as a result of being an element, there are enemies that are just immune to them. Yeah, it makes sense as something to be immune to bullets. Like Persona games that have guns in them. Because you end up, like Persona 1. Well, not element in the same way as like elemental magic, the counted as like an attack element. Does Persona 1 have, like, multiple types of physical? Persona 2 does. But Persona 2 also doesn't have guns as their own thing. It's just that some characters have guns as their weapon. Now, Persona 3 can be a good example of, like, there's 3 types of physical attack. Strike, slash, pierce. Stuff like swords, slash, stuff like physical punches, strike. The bow and arrow are pierce. I think Mitsuru's rapier is also pierce. But it's possible that's slash and I'm just misremembering. Stuff like that. I don't know why it's doing that, it's not even weak to fire. Yeah, it's good stuff. Yeah. Just, you count guns in the same way like you count various magic types. It's just another attack style. Get him! Makes me think, like, how many Western RPGs are there that use different attack styles, attack types like that? Not far. We've been playing it for, like, almost 3 hours. Ooh, hunting. Yeah, come on, Mitama. What is that? Aramitama? Aramitama. Fucking hate fighting these things. Mitamas are just always a pain to deal with. Yes, the Aramatamas are always like that. There's, what, like 4 different Matamas? And they're all like the Magatama shape, just with different faces on them. The idea with this is you hit them with a weakness, make them frightened, and then hit them with the Devour skill. For major damage. And then, like, that's easy AP. I don't have any Devour skills equipped, because there's no use to actually devouring anything right now, because we have only Mastered Mantras. Except for Argilla. It's how Digital Devil Saga works. The Devour skills are more effective, the Hunt skills are more effective on frightened enemies. Like, they'll do considerably more damage on a frightened enemy. It adds a new element, really, to the traditional Shin Megami Tensei idea of, like, exploiting weaknesses. If exploiting an enemy's weakness can cause them to become frightened, and then you can use Devour on them, or any other hunt skill, and gain bonus AP from it, which allows you to level up your mantras faster, which gives you access to new abilities. So it's a neat expansion of the usual idea of aiming for weaknesses. That's nasty. These guys actually weak to anything? Zan, got it. So by hitting that weakness, that enemy has become frightened. So now if you use the hunt skill on it, it would do extra damage. And if you kill an enemy with a hunt skill, you eat it, which gives that character boosted AP for that fight. I like it, I think it's a neat idea. Fun. It's a new twist on Nocturne's battle system to keep it fresh. Along with having to manage the extra element of terror. How much MP are we rocking? Six, 68, 104. After we're done with this, when we head to the solid space, we could probably see about switching up to tier 2 magic. And then, like, that'll be just there for a while. Tier 3 magic is expensive. And overpowered for a lot of the early game. Magic, you been playing anything? Oh, Ninja, you been playing anything recently? Because Magic's online. Doing Metal Gear Solid 5 again. When am I going to do MGS 4? Not anytime soon. Fire. Nice. Yeah, Ninja, you playing anything? Going through Mass Effect again? Nothing in particular? I'd suggest giving this a try, but knowing that you're not really into JRPGs, this is not going to be the game that gets you into JRPGs. G-Man Lives might be a channel you're familiar with on YouTube. Put out a review of the Dead Space remake today. I haven't watched it because I don't honestly care. But the title of that review is the Dead Space remake is really good. So like, that's nice. Mass Effect 2. When am I going to get to Mass Effect? It's good to consider. Like, I had no expectations in general anyway for the Dead Space remake. I didn't really care.
I'm sorry. I'll make this quick.
Like, it's nice that like the remake comes out and it's just good. Oh yeah? Why is that, Ninja? I feel like I've missed something, but I haven't. Yeah, I've definitely not missed anything. Why do I feel like I have? Not excited. Yeah, I remember hearing about that. Like, people seemed really hyped for Callisto Protocol. And then as we approached launch, it felt like the hype really died down. A lot of that might have had something to do with the DLC that was announced before launch. Which, like, whether it was true or not, like, a lot of news outlets reported that as the DLC the DLC being death animations. Which, like, didn't do any favors for the developer. But they came out and turned out it just wasn't that good anyway, so... The crazy thing with that is, like... God damn it. The crazy thing with that is, like... I've heard... The sales target for Callisto Protocol was 5 million copies. Which is crazy. Yeah, 5 million copies for a new IP from a studio that doesn't seem to have ever done anything before. It's like that was never going to end well. I mean, consider the Tomb Raider reboot back in 2013, I think it was. The guys who made Dead Space don't have access to the IP anymore. The Tomb Raider reboot, back when it came out in 2013. Square said that had to hit like 5 million to break even. And it didn't. And Tomb Raider wasn't exactly an unknown IP. I enjoyed, like, Tomb Raider Reboot. I enjoyed Rise of the Tomb Raider well enough. I didn't finish the third one. Bear in mind, like, Rise of the Tomb Raider was already stretching it for me anyway. Like, by the time I finished Rise of the Tomb Raider, it was kind of like, I don't want more of this. Rise of the Tomb Raider got, like, ridiculously good review scores. And when I finally got around to playing it, I was like, yeah, this was decent, but it's not, like, the best game ever, like a lot of places were making it out to be. These things are weak to ice. You nasty bastard. Yeah, so Shadow of the Tomb Raider would have had to do something like really, God damn it, like really worth noting. I think to like be me to have considered it worth going through. I eventually picked it up and played a bunch of it, and the opening's fine, although it doesn't do anything for Lara as a character. I find it to be a really unlikable character in that game. And then, like, you get to the actual game, like the full proper game part, and it's like, cool, what is it? It's a bland open world with side quests galore. And it's like, oh. Considering the base game itself, like the core mechanics of the game, were pretty bland to begin with, having a bland game around that doesn't help. So I just stopped playing it. I think I have the Tomb Raider No, I don't have the reboot set for stream. I have Tomb Raider Legend on the schedule. Yeah, going even larger with a blander world. Not what I was after. They definitely were. But they were also inconsistent with the plot. Plus, I don't like how it started off as like the reboot was Lara's origin as a character to becoming like the legendary Tomb Raider, and then when Rise of the Tomb Raider came out, and it was like, oh no, this is also the build up to her becoming the legendary Tomb Raider. And then Shadow of Tomb Raider is like, this is the conclusion of her becoming the legendary Tomb Raider. And it's like, you know what? No. Origin stories are hard enough to sell these days anyway. Don't make an origin trilogy. Yeah, I was thinking that. Like, Spider-Man No Way Home ends with the idea of like, oh yeah, no. This was the origin of him becoming the Amazing Spider-Man. And it's like, I think what helps in Spidey's case is it wasn't presented as that, and you don't realise it's the build-up to him becoming that until the end of No Way Home. I mean, that's largely because they weren't intended to be until No Way Home. But still. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not super interested in the new Tomb Raider game that Crystal Dynamics is supposed to be making. At some point I would like to stream more Tomb Raider. Maybe do the Legend trilogy. And the Legend trilogy, maybe 1 and 2. Maybe the reboot. Yeah. I'll be honest with you, Ninja, like, Tomb Raider Legend isn't, like, the Legend trilogy isn't amazing. You can pick it up super cheap, and like if you're ever kinda curious, You can pay very little for it and then have an enjoyable enough experience. Classic Tomb Raider, like you saw me playing Tomb Raider 1. At this point, Classic Tomb Raider is something you have to be interested in. It also goes for absolutely nothing. But Classic Tomb Raider is something you have to be interested in. Although if you are interested in Classic Tomb Raider, Open Lara is a great way to do it. It's like you pick up the... you can pick up the first 5 games on Steam for like nothing. Like not actually nothing, but like for really cheap. And like you get Open Lara, the source port for it. And like it's really nice, like native widescreen support. 1080p, like it's really nice. It's nice sound. I feel like obscure is the wrong word, Ninja. Oh, there it is. The battle theme is absolutely a bop. Well, like the ambush version of the battle theme, absolutely love it. The slow build up into the drum beat, fantastic. Yeah, Digital Devil Saga's soundtrack is phenomenal. Anyway. But yeah, like, I've got Tomb Raider Legend on the list. Get to that at some point. I wouldn't mind doing like all of the Legend trilogy. Legend, Anniversary, and Underworld. Reboot I'd be down for. I'd like to do more of the classic games. Like 1, 2, probably not 3, but my stupid fucking obsession with doing things in order at this point is probably gonna like make me at least give 3 a solid try, which is a mistake because 3's bullshit. Tomb Raider 4 is good though. Tomb Raider 4 is something I will defend. Chronicles isn't awful. I think Chronicles is probably better than 3. And then I've never actually played Angel of Darkness. The game that killed the original series. So, like, I'd be kind of interested in doing that. I've never actually done it. I don't think I even own Angel of Darkness. Unless I have it on Steam. I might have it, on Steam. I might have bought it as a collection, as part of a collection. I don't have it on PS2. You don't see it that often anymore. Yeah, it's the one... Because, like, Core Design did the original series. They did 1, 2... Well, give it the full subtitles. Tomb Raider 2 starring Lara Croft, Tomb Raider 3 Adventures of Lara Croft, Tomb Raider The Last Revelation, Tomb Raider Chronicles, and Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness. Like, they did all of those. Like, Tomb Raiders 1 through 5 came out within a year of each other. Like, 96, Tomb Raider 1, 97, Tomb Raider 2, 98, 99, 2000. I think Angel of Darkness was like 2001, maybe early 2002. And Core Design, one of the things with the first 5 Tomb Raider games is they are very similar to each other. It's like Mega Man. How you can play Mega Man 1 and Mega Man 5, and you can see that there are improvements that have happened, but the gameplay is basically the same. That's Tomb Raiders 1 through 5. So with Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness, Core Design really wanted to do something different. And they wanted to evolve the series, let it grow. Probably bit off a bit more than they could chew, honestly. And Eidos, as a publisher, didn't really help. In the end, from what I'm aware, what was pushed out was mostly unfinished. Like, they were given a deadline, and they had to just, like, scramble to put what they had into some kind of cohesive product. So there's a lot of cut content in Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness. Rough, it doesn't work properly. A lot of the ideas aren't fleshed out that well. Consider it akin to Sonic 06. And then, like, that was the breaking point. Eidos took Tomb Raider away from Core Design, gave it to Crystal Dynamics. Core Design never recovered.
Janana, we didn't come here to fight against you.
He did, though. He absolutely came here to fight against you.
My name is Bat. Remember it. It will be carved into your corpse.
I've been dying for a snack. Come here.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I don't know the names of the KISS members, though. Ace Frehley? Yeah, I don't fucking... Alright, so Bat is an awkward boss fight. The gimmick fight. I think it's 2 phases. Here we go. So now he's vulnerable to one element. Is it Is it always I don't remember. Yeah, I'd like to like do Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness. Partly out of curiosity, partly as a thing of like, I never played it. It's like, my intention of going through the Crash and Spyro games. It's like, yeah, I've played the original trilogy for both of them, but I've never really done any of the games after that. With the exception of Crash, I've played Crash Team Racing, I've played quite a bit of Crash Bash. Well, I never really did much of Wrath of Cortex, I've never played Twin Sanity. With Spyro, one of my siblings had Enter the Dragonfly and I played it for like 5 minutes. I don't think I've ever even seen a Hero's Tale in action. Like, it's like that, I'd like to go through all of those. There it is, Yeah, I should have put beer on somebody. Yeah, I just think it'll be an interesting thing to do. Especially because, like, it's not uncommon to see people playing, like, the good games in those series. You don't see a lot of people play those later games for various reasons. They're not as well known, they're not as well regarded. I think it could be interesting. Alright. I need to put beer on people. I was hoping I could leave that until we hit 8 slots, but apparently not. Anything else like that I'd like to do? Oh, like, there's not really a whole lot else that I started back in the, like, series that I started back in the day that continued.
Don't stop me.
No, seriously, don't
This
stop
is the
him.
new law. We must devour those weaker than us.
Heat!
Why do you not kill Bat?
Seriously, kill him.
According to the new commandment, your ally is correct.
Why? I don't want to. I don't like needless killing.
Your name, tell me.
Argilla.
Argilla. I accept your tribe's proposal. The Maribel will ally themselves with the Embryon.
Shinana, you can't trust them. If I had more power...
I am the one in charge here. Go tend to your wounds.
We thank you, Janana.
Thank you. Such beautiful words. Follow me.
And not killing Bat there and then is the biggest mistake the Embryon ever made. Yeah, I don't really know.
That is the solid citadel.
Like Medieval only
That is
got
why
2
even
games.
the brutes cannot overtake them.
I wouldn't mind playing the
so that's why
remake
they can
though.
focus on attacking your tribe.
And maybe the PSP remake too.
All you gotta do is kill the boss.
Mick the Slug is very careful. He never sets foot on the battlefield.
That's no good. What do we do?
The Maribel will create a diversion. While we distract the solids, sneak in and kill Mick.
Reasonable. Oh, that reminds me, set those skills. Is Chock-a-Walk earning its keep? I have to consider it. All right. Yep, shouldn't be aware that we've joined forces. Shame Bat's gonna go and tell him. Alright, we should be here when you get back, Ninja. I don't know, there's a bunch of stuff like that.
The
No, there's not really anything else like Crash or Spyro that continued that I played back in the day but didn't play the later stuff of. Like with Tomb Raider, the only game I missed was Angel of Darkness, and that was really only because I didn't have a PS2. And then when I got a PS2, I just didn't have any real interest in picking it up. Yeah, because a lot of series didn't make the jump to PS2. They didn't survive it. So this place is a maze. Can't really think of anything else. Anything on 64? Would have been interesting if Gex survived. Although there was that thing that came out recently, like prototype or beta, or what was it, like footage? There was something to do with a cancelled Gex 4 that came out. I've really played Gex though. I only ever really had the demo of Gex 3D. I miss demo. Really should see about sorting out that demo reel idea. I'm not happy with the demos I've got for PS1 though. Ideally, I'd like to get some of the European, some of the UK demo discs. And I can't find ISOs of them anywhere. Not just buying old demo discs online, because God knows what condition they'll be in. And good condition ones are probably pricey. Like, looking at the demos that I've got from like official PlayStation Magazine US, and they've got like 4 games on them. 4 games each. And like, I remember the demo discs I had as a kid having like more than that. And more interesting stuff usually. I don't know. Plus the Nick Yorosi collection, they were always interesting. You keep checking, maybe like someday I'll just stumble upon a repository of like PS1, like Power Station, where anybody from the UK remembers Power Station magazine. I stumble across some of those demo discs. How much cash we got? That's right, I'm not the Embryon. I mean the Maribel. I am the Embryon. Let's start this again. Hi, I'm the Embryon. Ooh, Archangels. Welcome back, Ninja. Yeah, I still like the demo reel idea. Alright, let me give this a consideration. So we're on 90. Yeah, the idea I had for a segment where I just play demos of old games, like old demo discs and stuff. Now we're at 95. Yeah, it's an idea I always like the idea of. Yeah, I said what I said. My main issue has just been like, I'm not satisfied with the demo discs that I've got. Well, I do have some interest in demos that come in their own discs. Resident Evil 4 preview disc. The Final Fantasy VII demo that came with Tobal number 1. I remember some really neat demos of games that I eventually ended up picking up in whatever format. Like Tomb Raider 2 demo that stopped at a specific point that I can always remember. Resident Evil 2 demo that had a timer on it. So there was always kind of a thing of like, how fast can you get through it to see more of the game? That's the point, actually. I have a demo for Final Fantasy X that came with my copy of Final Fantasy VI. What are the demos of games I later had? Bugs Bunny Lost in Time. Had the demo for that. Soul Reaver. I ended up playing like two different demos of that before I eventually had it. I'll get Solid. Demo for Resident Evil 2. I think I ever saw a demo for RE3.
Come on, your ass is mine.
Alright. I don't know, like, probably more, but I can't really think of any. Demos for games that I didn't end up owning as a kid. Jumping Flash. I didn't get to actually own Jumping Flash until I bought it on PSN. But I remember playing the demo of it. Weird that I'd even have a demo of that, because that game came out in like 95. I didn't have a PlayStation until like 2000... 99, 2000 maybe? Intelligent Cube. I never actually ended up picking up Intelligent Cube. I do own it now. It's on the PlayStation Mini. It's one of the games that comes on the PlayStation Mini. But I bought Hiroshi Final on PSN, which is like the sequel / director's cut. Rapper the Rapper I didn't own at the time. I didn't own that until... Look, do I actually own Rapper the Rapper? I own Gemalami. I own Parappa the Rapper 2. Do I own Parappa the Rapper? Actually, an interesting thought. Yeah, demo real idea, I think, is something that would be kind of neat. I just feel like I need better demo discs. The demo discs that I've got ISOs of, like, they feel disappointing compared to the ones that I grew up with. Alright, here we go with this bullshit. Is it worth calling it here? Almost 4 hours, it's not bad for a first stream. Quick look through this one stuff I've got. I had a demo of 40 Winks. I didn't own that until I bought it on PlayStation Network. Demo of A Bug's Life, I didn't own that until I bought it on PlayStation Network. Demo of Ace Combat 2, but I never ended up owning it. I was bought Ace Combat 3 later. Ape Escape, a demo of that I couldn't play for a long time because it required a dual analog stick controller. I eventually did end up buying it years later. I own that physically now. It's not on PSN for some reason. I own it physically. Broken Sword. I had a demo of that and I bought it. I did buy it. It was got for me later. Original PlayStation version. Crash Bash. I had the demo of that, and we ended up getting it later. Devil Dice, we had the demo of it. I ended up buying that physically years later in my collection. Physically. Evil Zone, had a demo of that. Ended up buying it at a point. I bought it again as an adult, and it's in my physical collection. Put it on the information. Camera blur. That might be better. Gex 3D, Enter the Gecko. I had a demo, didn't end up buying that until it came out, until I got it on PSN. Jumping Flash had a demo, bought it on PSN. Soul Reaver had two demos, like I say, two separate demos of it. It wasn't uncommon to see demos repeated across multiple demo discs, but I remember Soul Reaver had two distinct demos. One of them was super common, it was like a lighthouse area. The other one I only ever saw like once. Ended up with it later. Metal Gear Solid. And Metal Gear Solid VR missions. Had a demo of both. I ended up getting them later. Although VR missions, I only ever actually owned after I bought it on PSN. Nightmare Creatures had a demo of that, it was the first level. I own it physically now, it's not available on PSN. Resident Evil 2. Oscar McQueen Firefighter Extreme. I remember there was a video of that on one of the demo discs. I never actually played it. I actually did play it a few years ago, but I didn't play it as a kid. Speed Punks had a demo of that. I ended up picking it up until years later. I currently own it in my physical collection. A demo of Spyro 3. I don't remember if that was on a demo disc though. It might have been on Crash Bash. Because Crash 3, Crash Team Racing, and Crash Bash had demos of Spyro 1, 2, and 3. And Spyro 1, 2, and 3 had demos of Crash 3, Crash Team Racing, and Crash Bash, I think. We had a demo for Spyro Year of the Dragon. Ended up having that as a kid. That was the Spyro I spent the most time on as a kid because I didn't have two. I think I borrowed this game off somebody at one point, but it wasn't mine. I own them all now on PSN. Demo of Tekken 3, ended up owning that. Good. Demo of Tomb Raider 2, ended up owning it. Demo of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, ended up owning it. Yeah, and that's that. That's everything I've got on the system in a minute. Like, there's a lot of stuff there. There's a lot of demos that I played as a kid. Like, I never ended up, like, the games didn't stick out to me for whatever reason. I never ended up owning them or whatever. But demo reels are a fun idea. I'm absolutely into. If I can just get like some demo discs that I feel are actually worth them. One game that's always kind of stuck out in my mind, and I have no idea why. Excalibur 2255 AD? What's the actual name of that? $25.55 AD. Received mostly mixed but mostly negative reviews. Yeah, I don't know why I remember that existing. I didn't play a lot of it. I just remember that it exists. Any of the demos that I played as a kid stick out. I suppose, like, I just ended up owning a lot of them, so they stopped sticking out as demos in my head. Once I was able to just start buying games, ended up getting a lot of them. Yeah, try and work out something that I'm happy with for the demo reel. It's an idea I like, and it's an idea that could be done infrequently. every now and then I still get the urge to do like something that I'm not currently doing on stream. Yeah, it was the followers thing. Like the latest follower and the current followers, but like they don't update for some reason. So I changed them. If they're gonna be static text, they can be something a little more interesting. Yeah, like I still get the desire to do like a one-off stream every now and then, just to, like do something that I'm not currently committed to. But like I've done Resident Evil 2 enough that I don't want to do Resident Evil 2 again. Going through it again for the 10 years of Resident Evil felt stretch. And I was happy to be done with it so I could get to Resident Evil 3, which I've still done a lot of, but like not as much as RE2. It was actually the thing, when I was going through Code Veronica for the 10 years of Resident Evil, it was like, the game's got its problems, but it's fresh compared to RE2. RE2's the better game, but I've not done this anywhere near as much as that. But that was something that works in Code Veronica's favour. I've done like a lot of Metroid Fusion, and I don't feel like doing a mission. Even then, like Fusion's short. I can knock Fusion out in like 2 hours. Yeah, Devil Reel could be a good replacement for that idea of like, let's just do something not committed to every now and then. It's what Tekken was supposed to be. Like that is the idea of what Tekken was supposed to be. I feel like it's kind of fallen down by the wayside. At least partly because like we lost the Tekken 2 save data. And I just haven't set up anything for Tekken 3 yet. It could be interesting though. I need to set up those bots that I've got the idea for. Like the the Wheel of Castlevania idea. Set that up. Blurry on my eyes just fucked. Yeah, the Wheel of Castlevania idea. The move a game up on the schedule idea, I think, could be interesting. The idea with that one would be like, we've got the schedule on the Discord. It's like, if you see something on the schedule that you like the looks of, but it's like, oh, here's Valkyrie Profile on PS1. That's way down the list of RPGs. You're like, yeah, I want to see that sooner. Like, I don't know, 20,000, 25,000 points, move it to the top. It'll be the next thing. Something like that, I think it could be something people might be into. What else was the Wheel of Replays? Is an idea I had. Like 50,000 points, and we'll spin a wheel of games that I've already played on stream, and whatever it lands on, we'll do again. See about like adjusting the size of each bracket, like have a really small bracket that's just Dark Souls. absolutely fucking tiny bracket. We have some of the newer ones. I got 100,000 points is pick a game. There's some vetoes that'll be involved with that. Like it's not pick any game, but for the most part, it's pick any game. The 100,000 point reward for the playthrough of Virgil on 3, 4, and 5. I might want to see about upping the cost of History of Stylish Action, considering that's going to be like close to 20 games. 25,000 points is the Richter Belmont playthrough of Symphony of the Night, which I was thinking about a little while ago, and I realised I don't have a completed save of Symphony of the Night on Duck Station. Which means if somebody redeems that, I'm going to have to really quickly do Symphony of the Night. I can knock it out in like 5 hours. It's fine. One thing I'm working on bringing back is the specific themes. The music on the stream that relates to the current game we're playing. Set it up for SMT1 and for Digital Devil Saga. So all the music you hear during Digital Devil Saga streams, the background music we've got, the BRB, the start and the ending music, that's all from Digital Devil Saga. That's a neat thing. Do it for games that I feel like actually matter to me in some regard. Or games that are kind of important, or like extended, I don't know. Oh, that reminds me, I want to throw the, speaking of the point redemption, I want to throw those marathon ideas that I've got up in there. So, the second Sonic Marathon and the James Bond Marathon. Probably throw those up as point rewards as well. Point redemption. Especially GoldenEye. I really thought about it because GoldenEye's coming out on PC. Not PC, Xbox. And it's like, you know, with emulation, I can set GoldenEye to work up mostly work with dual analog control thanks to specific remapping. But from the look, like I saw the trailer that Microsoft put out specifically for GoldenEye, and like it looks like the Xbox version is gonna have dual analog movement, because you could not move like that in the original game, not with a single controller at least. But like I've got Game Pass, I'll be able to check that out tomorrow. Should be fun. Interesting. I'll take a look at it. There's GoldenEye. I think people say GoldenEye doesn't hold up, and I have said GoldenEye doesn't hold up. But I think GoldenEye doesn't hold up in terms of its controls and its frame rate. You fix both of those issues, I think GoldenEye is still probably going to be like a high level FPS. It's because it's really well designed, and the design has aged well. Visually, it hasn't aged well, but like no N64 game really has. Yeah, I'm interested. There's already signs coming out that the Switch version is in perfect emulation. Which isn't surprising, but it's disappointing again. Largely because it's a premium service, you pay a fee for Switch Online, and then you have to pay a substantial extra fee for access to Nintendo 64 games, and they don't run perfectly. No, I don't think that's worth it. Well, I don't have the expansion pass anyway, and I barely use Switch Online as it is. It's just other better options. But anyway, that's going to do it for today. I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. I'm glad to get back to Digital Devil Saga. After a bit of a slow start with the game as it starts up, like once it gets going, like it is still like PS2 JRPG, like fantastic. Going forward, the aim of it is to essentially 100% it. I don't think there's anything that's permanently missable. We're spending more time exploring areas that we've already done. Stuff like the coloured walls that we can only get past after we have specific items that we get later in the game. So fully exploring all the areas. But most importantly, the Demi-Fiend fight, which we'll be attempting. I'm not going to say we'll be succeeding at, but we will be attempting the Demi-Fiend fight. See how that goes. And for those of you who are not aware or who have forgotten, Demi-Fiend is still considered possibly the hardest JRPG superboss. So look forward to that. Should be fun. Yeah, I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Flame and Ninja, thank you so much for joining me, giving me company. I think next stream is probably going to be on Sunday. We're set to continue with the original Shin Megami Tensei, which has been quite interesting. I think next stream of SMT1 is really going to hit the fan. Like, we started off and, like, oh no, murder, and there's been a murder in the park, and it was really violent. It was somebody who went to the same school. And then also demons, and we see a guy get murdered by a demon right in front of us, and then we're arrested, and yada yada, and things have gone kind of crazy. It's gonna get worse. It's gonna get crazier. Hey, thanks for popping in, Clem. And thank you so much for the subscription. 12 months. If you didn't have the first badge, you would be entitled to the Water Crown badge. I mentioned earlier to Flame that all of the subscription badges we have are actually the marks from Digital Devil Saga. So if you didn't have the founder badge, you would have this badge that I have, which is the Water Crown. It's the mark on Surf's face. We can go back to the game. Get a look at it. The controller's turned off. Water Crown. Yeah. It's a little awkward because they're all black, and pretty much everybody views Twitch in dark mode, so it's hard to see them. The order goes in like order of I feel, importance for characters in the Embryon. It's like the 1 month is Roland. I can't remember the specific times, but it's like Roland, Cielo, Gale, Heat, Argilla, Surf. Specifically, Heat, Argilla, Surf in that order. While Heat is kind of the right-hand man in this game, in DDS2, because Heat spends most of the game not anywhere near you, Argilla really steps up and becomes the right-hand man. And I think, even in this, she's ultimately more of a contributor than Heat is. No, that's besides the point. So yeah, OG Shin Megami Tensei on Sunday. Definitely look forward to it. It should be fun. I'm not gonna spoil what happens, but like it's really gonna hit the fan next time if I am able to get far enough. It should be much further. Ninja, I know you're watching Flame play Nocturne at the minute. As he goes through the Labyrinth of Amala, they mention stuff like the Ring of Gaia and the Messians. Those are references to Shin Megami Tensei 1. Not essential to understand because it's really more references and neat little nods for people who know. But it might be of interest to you to see where the ideas come from. That'll be Sunday. Interestingly enough, Digital Devil Saga 2 has like a lot of overt references to SMT2. Kind of crazy. Thousand Year Kingdom, the bonus fight with Satan, who first appeared in SMT2. Back to the 4 Archangels. Yeah. After we're done with SMT1, we'll be doing SMT2. That's part of the follower thing. Like, once we hit those followers. Because I do RPGs generally anyway. To make it a little more special when we hit the follower numbers, we do 2 RPGs. Mostly old RPGs, actually. Anyway, yeah, that's pretty much it. So once again, I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Flame, Ninja, Clem, thank you so much for joining me and keeping me company. Like I say, probably back on Sunday. I don't think we'll be back before then. But Sunday with Shin Megami Tensei, OG SMT, which hopefully we can make a long stream. We'll make that a long stream. Because I'm off Sunday and Monday. So I'll be able to sleep in later on Sunday so I'm not tired during the stream. And I'll be able to go longer because I don't have to be up early on Monday. Yeah. So you guys look forward to that. Classic Shin Megami Tensei. If I could stream just like as a job, I would have like a day dedicated to Shin Megami Tensei. Like here's 1 day a week where we're always streaming SMT. Ten-hour streams. An hour SMT. enough games that even with that idea, like it'd take like over a year to still get through them all. Oh yeah, that's pretty much it. So there's not really anything else to say except thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day, and take care. Catch you next time, guys. Bye.